好了，现在是在 YouTube 上了，好像。
我正在链接为，对，
啊，我看到了，但是好像延迟很厉害。好了，现在是在 YouTube 上了，好像。
我正在链接为，我找链接后，对，
啊，我看到了。哎呀，YouTube 上的延迟得有，我感觉得有半分钟。
我正在链接为，我找链接后。喂，是正常的，有那个什么。
啊，我看到了。哎呀，YouTube 上的延迟得有，我感觉得有半分钟。
我正在链接为，我找链接后。喂，是正常的，有那个什么。
啊，我看到了。哎呀，YouTube 上的延迟得有，我感觉得有半分钟。
我正在链接为，我在链接后。喂，是正常的，有那个什么。
啊，我看到了。
OK，
哎呀，YouTube 上的延迟得有，我感觉得有半分钟。
我吃饭去了啊。
喂喂，陈老师，
喂，
哎，我替那个黄老师试试看看 Zoom 行不行？他给我发了一个链接。
对，好像可以。喂，
啊，喂，哎，向南是吧？喂喂喂，哎，是向南是吧？啊，那看来我这个 Zoom 可以。那我跟黄老师说一下，我看看他那个，好好好，我先退掉黄。
嗯，
陈老师好。
哎，你好，志华。
陈老师好。
哎，你好，小付，听到我说话吗？
现在可以听到您说话了。
啊，行，你都好吧？
对，我这边都谢谢陈老师关心。
啊，刚才没听清楚，你还在那个北韩的研究中心吗？
嗯，对对，就
啊
北航在杭州这边有一个研究院。
，OK，呃，那个现在你还有个师弟过来了吧？是吧？
对对对，市委在这边。
啊，市委也在这边哈。OK，
对。
工作顺利吗？
嗯，还可以。
还可以哈。
这边对这边也不是特别忙。
哦，那就好，那就好。我工作环境是挺不错的，我去看过。
哎，是吗？
对，我来了2次还3次，当时你们都在法国的时候。
哦哦哦。
嗯，家里面你父亲后来怎么样啊？
就是那个时候我开始准备回国的时候，其实我爸已经变成植物人了，就是
嗯
因为脑出血。
嗯，
然后后来过世的话是在第2年的，就是元旦的时候过世的。
哦，真不幸啊，真不幸啊。
对，他那个也是癌症，也没办法。
嗯嗯哼，
对，
嗯，那还是很不幸的，比较年轻吧？
挺年轻的，还没到60岁。
哦，那真年轻。
对，他还没退休。
嗯，哎呀，节哀哈，我看黄老师也来了。
哎，黄老师刚刚好像登录不上，现在可以进来。
因为我刚才没在办公室，所以我吃饭去了。
哦
现
哦。
在我们刚开始还担忧这个是不是Zoom 和国内用不了，现在大家都可以用了，行了。
嗯，对，它其实是用不了的，后来就是我通过科学上网，用了 VPN 才登录
啊，
的。
用了
对
VPN 的哈。
对。
嗯，对对对，现在这个国内和国外的这个有点分割了，现在。
是，但是我记得他之前那个 Zoom 说是就是在国内是可以参会，但是不能做会议主持人。
对，
对，
现在
就
参会
现在这个是因为每个人都要认证的原因吧，好像就是所以说才需要一定要登录才能进来。
啊，OK OK，
嗯。
哎，黄丽，你听到我们说话吗？黄迪，也不知道听到还是听不到我。嗯，
可能还在调试，我刚刚也调了一会儿。
行行行行，我现在去看一下那个小莹哈，准备的怎么样？
好的
好，
好的好的。
再见啊。嗯。
好，陈老师待会儿见。
哎，陈老师，我进来了。目前来看好像没什么问题。等一下。哦，您这个 YouTube 您可能您得需要关一下。对，就是刚才。啊，我的。你要把你的YouTube。对。
Hello, hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, all good.
Okay. So thanks very much for being present. At least for you, I got the formal agreement from our research director that the defense can be carried out with you being on remote mode.
Thank you, Liming. And I'm sorry for that. I was supposed to be there, but I have been testing positive to coronavirus. So I had to stay at home.
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah. So I guess that everybody should have got positive one time, so that we have the national robustness to the virus. So I don't see whether every jury member.
Yes, Liming, I think Stéphane Gentric is missing, or maybe it is in Lyon.
I saw him and I accepted.
Fine.
Yeah, Samuel. Let me see.
Is Stéphane Gentric here? Yes or not?
I see Sébastien.
Yeah.
Hi, Andiza.
Sébastien. Boubalba is here also.
I don't know whether I see Huangdi, Professor Huangdi. I saw him at 1 p.m. So he should. Yeah, I can see him. We cannot see his face, but if he's present, we don't have Stefan yet. Yes.
Yes, I think only Stéphane is missing.
Okay, just 1 second because
I see Antidza also. So
Mhm.
and
So for all the members, jury members here, basically we should elect a chair of the jury. Actually, we don't have much choice, and we are happy to have Alice with us. If you agree, I would suggest Alice to be the chair of the PhD defense. Is it okay for you?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Agreed.
Okay, thanks very much. So, Alice, you have been officially nominated as the chair of this PhD defense. Could you take the floor when at 2 p.m., right?
yes, I think we have 1 minute left before 2 p.m. But it will be necessary that Stéphane ask before we begin the defense.
Okay. I'm trying to see whether yesterday he answered me that he wouldn't be here physically.
So I had a problem with the connection to Zoom because it was asking me to use basically an account, a Zoom account.
Yeah.
So if he does not have a Zoom account, this might be an issue.
This is true.
Because if this is the case, maybe a link where it is not required to be
a link required
to be authenticated.
An official, an official.
I'm just calling him.
The problem is that you cannot change this setting once the link is created. And if you chose the option need to be authenticated, it's not something you can change.
You can create a new link, right?
Yeah, you have to create a new link and send a new link.
I send a new link. Okay.
If this is his problem,
I'm
just.
Liming, maybe try to call him.
I'm calling him, right?
Yeah, to check if he has trouble to join the meeting, and if it is the case, we will have to change the link.
Right. I should have his mobile phone, but I can't find it on my telephone.
Maybe Liming, if you have opportunity to check your emails.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Trouble with the connection, maybe we'll try to mail you.
Stéphane. Jean-Tric. Right. So email sent. Okay. Hi, Richard. You are not in Paris. Okay. So, are you with Stefan? He's supposed to take part to the defense jury at Réunion, and we are starting at 3 p.m. and we don't see him on the Zoom link. Okay. Okay. I was supposed to have his mobile phone number, but I can contact him. You want me to chase him up? Okay. Would you call him so that he? Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. Okay. Bye bye. Bon, j'ai appelé un ancien étudiant qui travaille avec Stéphane. Il va s'assurer qu'il participe. Bon.
Très bien, Liming. Très bien. On va peut-être finir par y arriver parce que ça a été compliqué quand même, hein, cette histoire.
Ouf, ouais, c'est une succession.
De rebondissements, mais on va finir par y arriver.
Ouais. Enfin, on y arrivera, certainement. Oui. Stefan is coming. What is he?
That's great.
He said he is trying to join us, but he would have trouble with his password of his Zoom account. So I think that he has a Zoom account, and he has forgotten
the password. Okay.
He didn't find his password. So just a moment, I'm sending him the Zoom link again. Oh, he's coming. There is another guy. He's not Stefan. Invité. Copier lien d'invitation. Je lui envoie le email. So I sent him again the Zoom link.
The Zoom link. Okay.
Before starting, maybe I can explain a little bit the formal process. So basically, every member of the PhD defense jury has to send to Alice, the chair of this PhD defense, a delegation for the signature, so that she can sign all the papers for you. I think I can send this paper. I'm sending you this paper during the PhD defense. And could you send it back to Alice, okay, this paper, the delegation of a signature. And then she can do everything for the jury member. So Zoom, is he coming? Not yet.
But then maybe again, the solution would be to have a new link without the requirement of authentication. Then he doesn't need his password.
All right. So it means I close this meeting.
And send to all of us, please, a new link.
Yeah.
With the setting, there's different options when you create the invitation. One of them is it required for users to be authenticated?
Oh, okay. Just 1 minute. I'm just asking whether he succeeded.
Not.
Not yet. Oh, he's coming. Fantastic. Great. So, Stefan? Can you hear us? Would you show up, Stefan?
Yes, I see you. I hear you. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, that's perfect.
So we have all the members for the jury. So Alice, you can take the floor, please.
Thank you, Liming. So I suggest we start the defense. So Mr. Yin, you will have 45 minutes in order to present your work about GAN-based face image synthesis and its application to face recognition. So please be my guest.
Yeah, Shannon, you can start.
Is the candidate here, yes or not?
Yes, but he's muted.
Okay, so
I think.
Please activate the microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
You close the sound.
It seems to be that there is some echo.
Yeah, I'm going to deactivate my microphone.
And you need to mute.
Yeah, I'm doing this. I muted. Okay. Please.
Okay.
Let's start.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my PhD defense. Today, I will be giving an overview of my research, GAN-based face image synthesis and its application to face recognition. Here is the outline of my presentation. First is the introduction, and then I will present the three main topics of my research: face pose editing, texture generation for 3D face reconstruction, facial image de-occlusion, and at last, I will conclude and tell about future work. So, face recognition has made great progress in the recent decade. As is known, the performance of a deep learning model is mainly influenced by two factors: the model architecture and the training data. On the model side, researchers tend to design smaller, faster, and more accurate structures. And for the data side, companies and the research communities have collected millions of facial images. However, only increasing the data volume is not enough. The uneven distribution and the lack of diversity of the dataset also lead to the decrease of performance in some extreme scenarios. For example, in the dataset for face recognition across large poses and under heavy occlusions. So recently, with the advent of GANs, face image synthesizing provides new solution to such problems. The technique can be used in both training and the testing phase. For example, in the training phase, we can synthesize faces with large poses to make the model more robust to the view angle. And in the testing phase, faces in extreme poses and under heavy occlusions can be converted to frontal and occlusion-free images so that they can be easily recognized. And besides, synthesizing human faces have broad applications in the media and the entertainment industries. We can synthesize fake celebrities' videos. So let's move to our first work, the face pose editing. Face pose editing aims to change the view angle of an input face image while keeping its identity unchanged. In terms of the objective, some work concentrate on face frontalization, which means generating frontal face image from the profile, and they can be used in face verification. And others are more flexible. They can synthesize faces of different view angles and can be used for data augmentation or face animation. And there exist mainly three categories of the work: the traditional 3D reconstruction-based, the GAN-based, and the combination of the both. For 3D-based models, they first fit the input face to a 3D face model, and then they project the face onto the 3D model and rotate the model to the target view angle. At last, they use the symmetric nature of the face image and with some interpolation techniques fill in the missing texture. Early method align all face images with an average 3D face model and regardless of their expressions, identities, so the results are not very realistic. And then with the creation of the 3D morphable model, the community uses such models and get more satisfactory results. And thanks to the advent of the GANs, numerous GAN-based face pose editing approach have been proposed. One of the most representative is the DR GAN. It encodes the image into the low-dimensional. It first encodes the image into the low-dimensional latent vector, and then input the latent vector together with the pose encoding and some noises to the decoder, and the generated image is expected to comply with the pose label. And they leverage the discriminator to supervise both the identity and the pose. However, without the supervision of pixel level loss, DR GAN's performance is not very satisfying. And except DR GAN, some methods also use paired images for training. And it's nature to think of incorporating the 3D prior in GAN-based methods. Besides the traditional encoder-decoder structure, they train a 3D morphomodal regression module to regress the 3D shape of the input image and incorporate the shape information explicitly or implicitly in the generation. For example, they will incorporate the 3D coefficients or the explicit 3D shape or the 3D face texture into their generation process. The problem of the existing methods are in 3 categories. First is the lack of paired training data. And then it's the problem of style inconsistency due to between the input and output. And the last is the limited editing ability, flexibility. So our method tackles the 3 problems. And here I will present our method, the style preserving face pose editing. Existing face pose editing methods mainly focus on the identity preserving ability during the pose synthesis, but are less able to preserve the image style properly. For example, the color, the brightness, and the saturation. Most methods encode the face into a low-dimensional feature vector. However, there exists a trade-off between the style and the identity in the compact deep feature space. So it means it's hard to model both the face identity and their image properties, such as the lighting conditions. And we experiment with the pure autoencoder with very compact latent space. And we experiment the DR GAN and the UNet structure. As can be seen, the autoencoder, which encodes the image into a low-dimensional vector, preserves the style information, but it loses the identity information. And for DR GAN, it somehow emphasizes the identity the feature of the face images, but it loses the style of the input image. And for UNet structures, which add skip connections between low-level layers and deep layers, and we find that both the identity and the image style are well preserved. But for the UNet structure, the problem is that it preserves too much low-level features and making the face pose editing very difficult. Imagine it's more easier for a small car to turn than a heavy trunk to turn left or right. And inspired by the fact that face images of different view angles also share a large number of similar pixels, as highlighted on the left. And so we believe that these pixels These pixels are useful to construct the texture of an image in the target view. The images on the right further confirms this guess. If we align the visible side of the face to the face image in the frontal view, we find that the pixels can be roughly overlapped. So based on such an intuition, we decide to sample pixels directly from the input image so that the image style can be preserved to the maximum extent. The missing textures is then filled by the imprinting module. That means we convert the problem of face image of a face pose editing to face image imprinting, and we input the profile image, the landmark of the target pose, to the sampling module. It will predict a two-channel sampling map. The sampling map, each pixel of the sampling map will indicate a coordinate of the pixel that it will sample from the input image. And then with the intermediate result, there exist noises and missing textures due to self-occlusions and imprecise sampling. Those results are further fed into the imprinting module and will be refined to get the perfect face. So here is the here are the loss functions. The first is the pixel-wise loss. On the left is the we feed the target pose and to get the adjusted pixels in the target view. And on the right side is the reconstruction loss. That means we feed the landmark of the input image to reconstruct it. And we also use the segmentation loss and use the predicted sample map to sample the input face segmentation map to facilitate the training. We also use the perceptual loss that is calculated by features extracted from a pre-trained face recognition model, and the total variation loss to reduce the noise. Then the intermediate result is fed into the unit structured imprinting module, and the module is expected to predict the face image in the target view angle. This module is guided by the pixel-wise loss, perceptual loss, identity loss, and the total variation loss, just like in the previous slide. Here are the qualitative results. On the left, the first row shows the guidance images, and the first column is the input images. The second column are the reconstructed images, and the rest images are the post editing results. On the right, from the top to bottom, shows the input image, the result of other method, and at the last row shows the result of our method. And as can be seen, our results are more visually convincing, and the styles are closer to the input image. For the CR gun, it's not very photorealistic, their result. And for DR gun, their result, the style of the images changes largely. And for FNM, the style of the images are similar to their input, their training data set. They just normalize the face image to the normal expression and the normal lighting. Here is a animation result of our method. You can see that our method, we use the 3D facial landmark as the target pose, so that is more flexible than other methods to edit the face poses. Okay. And we evaluate our method by the FID score to evaluate the image quality. Our method outperforms others. We also evaluate the style preserving ability. In table 2, we evaluate the rank 1 recognition rates, and we find that for angles smaller than 45, we achieve similar or even better rank 1 recognition in comparison with the baseline and the state-of-the-art methods. And for larger rotation angles, the proposed method doesn't perform as well as SOTA method. And there exist mainly 2 possible reasons. The first is that the face images of extreme poses share relatively less pixels with the face images of the frontal view. Thus, the sampled pixels are not sufficient enough for the imprinting stage. And most of the SOTA methods normalize the face images into a consistent style, where the information irrelevant to the identities are filtered out. In contrast, our method preserves relatively more style informations that may harm the face identity preserving ability. So we move to our next work, is the texture generation for 3D face reconstruction. Recently, significant advances have been made in single image-based 3D face reconstruction. However, most of them concentrate on reconstruct the 3D shape, but relatively less work focus on the texture reconstruction. So they can be, the related work are mainly in 3 categories: the texture model-based, the image generation-based, and the GAN-based. As discussed in the previous slide, the 3D morphable model is a shape 3D is a set of basis vectors of shape and textures. However, due to the low dimensionality and the linearity of the model, they cannot recover the fine details of the face images. And the representative GAN-based image generation-based method is the UV GAN. It first aligns the face image using the 3D model, 3D morphable model, and then envelop the face texture into the 2D space to get the so-called UV map. The GAN part fills the UV map, the missing textures caused by self-occlusion. However, they train on an UV data set which is not publicly available. Also, their shape are not very precise, as can be seen from their images. And another method is use a GAN optimization-based method. First, they train a generator that converts noise vectors into the UV maps using the UV map data set, which is not publicly available. And then they directly optimize the latent code to minimize the reconstruction error between the input face image and the image rendered by the generated UV map. The problem of such method is that it's time-consuming to use the optimization method, and it takes about 30 seconds for this method to get a UV map. And our method is called weakly supervised 3D face texture generation. Since we don't have the ground truth UV maps, so our first step is to generate a pseudo UV map for training. And we first generate the incomplete UV map. It consists of 4 steps. We get the 3D shape, 3D face shape based on the input image And then we determine the visible vertices using the depth buffer-based methods. And next, we project these visible vertices onto the image plane and index their colors according to their coordinates. Next, we render the UV map using the colors and the predefined UV coordinates corresponding to each visible vertex. The incomplete UV map is generated finally, which is denoted as UVGT. And then we generate the pseudo UV map using the Poisson image blending. Although we don't have the global UV map, but we can fit a 3D morphable model, which consists of the shape and texture informations. And then we can generate a global UV map from the fitted 3D morphable model. However, this model is not very precise, but we can merge the real UV map, the partial UV map, and the global, the whole UV map are not very precise UV map, and then we get the blended result, which is called the pseudo UV map. More precisely, we perform 2 times the Poisson blending. The first time blends the UVGT to the UVBFM, and then the second time we blends the flipped UVGT to its symmetric missing parts, as illustrated by the figure on the right. We use the texture in blue to fill the texture in the red part. The traditional method to get the incomplete UV map is time-consuming and highly dependent on the 3D morphable model. So we decide to use a neural network module to predict directly from the input image. Similar to our previous work, we also leverage the attention sampling module. We use the UV sampler to predict the sampling map, and then use the face segment and then the sampler also predicts the face segmentation map to discard the occlusions. The model is supervised by the following laws: the reconstruction laws of the sampled partial UV map with the ground truth UV map generated by the traditional method, and the attention sampling map obtained by the 3D shape, and the segmentation map, the segmentation loss, which is just a binary cross-entropy loss, and the TV loss to reduce the gradient of the generated image. The UV generator follows the classic encoder-decoder structure. It takes the incomplete UV sample UV map and predicts the complete UV map. The innovation is that we designed 3 discriminators. Although we don't have the global UV map, but we can get a partial precise UV map. For frontal face images, the center part is precise, and for the side view face images, the side part of the UV map is precise. So we can feed them separately to different discriminators, and to restrict the generated image lie in the real domain. And notice that we use the pseudo ground truth UV map, which is get by the Poisson blending. The problem is that it will have a color deviation from the original image. So we use the structural similarity loss rather than the pixel-wise loss. The structural similarity loss is insensitive to the color, but very sensitive to the structure. And here are the qualitative results. As can be seen, we first compare our method with 2D-based image frontalization methods. And as can be seen, the TP gun doesn't convert the pose very well. And the third image it generates is left skewed. And the images generated by TP gun, CPG gun, and FNM have large color deviation from the input face images. The HFPIM can preserve the color of the input image, but it cannot discard the occlusions, just like the fingers on the face. And our method is performs similar to the recent state of the art. And we also compare our method with 3D reconstruction methods. As can be seen, our results preserves much details of the face images, like the freckles and the wrinkles. And for gun feet, the generated images are have similar texture style. And we believe this is due to the lack of diversity of their training data, since the ground truth UV map is not very easily accessible. And without explicitly extracting the face area, we can see that the gun fit preserves the hairs on the forehead, which shouldn't appear in 3D face reconstruction. We evaluate our method in two phases: the reconstruction ability and the recognition ability. For the reconstruction ability, we calculate the L1 loss and the structural similarity loss. For the recognition ability, we calculate the cosine similarity of the reconstructed image and the frontalized image. And our method outperforms others in all these aspects. Here are some more results for the face frontalization. So next we move to our third work, the facial image de-occlusion. Facial images in the wild may be occluded by various objects, which lead to the loss of information and undesirable noises, and will degrade the performance of face recognition algorithms. One solution to the problem is to de-occlude the face images before passing it to the downstream tasks. Current method can be divided into single type occlusion removal, multiple types occlusion removal, and arbitrary types removal. For example, this method concentrates on removing the face masks, and this method concentrates on removing the eyeglasses. Since we don't have the paired training data, most of the current method synthesize occluded images by overlapping the occlusions onto the occlusion-free images and train the model to recover the initially unoccluded images. And for multiple types removal methods, they just collected some more types of occlusions. This paper collects about 640 different occlusions, and this method collects about 99 different occlusions and used a 3D prior to guide the imprinting stage. Generally speaking, either the single type occlusion removal or multiple type occlusion removal, their training strategy is very similar. They all synthesize the occlusion images and and recover them. And also, they explicitly or implicitly detect the occlusion mask and remove the occluded remove the occlusions and recover the facial textures. Unfortunately, the main difficulties is that the limited occlusion variety and the occlusion-free they need occlusion-free images for training. That makes there doesn't exist a method that can remove arbitrary types of occlusions. Because the occlusions in the wild are exhaustless, so when we it's far from enough to train an occlusion detection module that can detect arbitrary occlusions. So our method, we propose a novel method which is robust to facial image occlusions. Our structure has 3 parts: the face segmentation part, the 3D reconstruction part, and the face imprinting part. The most difficult part is to obtain the occlusion mask, since they are exhaustless. So our method is that instead of detecting the occlusion directly, we decide to segment the face part. Since we have tens of thousands of face images for training, and then we use the 3D reconstructed silhouette and the face region to subtract out the occlusions, so that we can get the indirectly get the occluded part. So for our segmentation module, it follows the classic UNet structure with ResNet 18 as encoder, and the decoder is a stack of convolutional blocks corresponding to each stage of the encoder. And the module is guided by 2 losses, the dis loss and the binary cross entropy loss. We also prepared some data set occlusions to train the face segmentation module. And this is an extension of this data set. This data set provides facial attribute segmentation maps for 30,000 high-resolution face images. However, the problem is that they doesn't contain the occlusions except the eyeglasses and the hairs. For example, the hands occlusion, they didn't show them on their they didn't label the hands. So we manually labeled all the occlusions over the faces, and collected about 1,700 different occlusions. And we also collected occlusions from Google search, and to construct a more balanced occlusion type, since there doesn't have masks or scarves in this data set. Also, we collected texture patches to substitute the texture of the original occlusion to make the face segmentation module more robust. Following is our data augmentation strategy. We just overlap the occlusion to the original image and get the occluded face image and the ground truth face mask. So benefiting from the collected occlusions and the face segmentation data set, we finally trained our segmentation module that achieves the state-of-the-art performance. Here are the qualitative results and the quantitative results. we can see that it's very robust to different kind of occlusions. Next, I will present our 3D face reconstruction module. This module is just adopts from this paper. However, their officially released pre-trained model are not very robust to the occlusions. So we trained it also on our augmented data set. That means we will superimpose the occlusion on the face image and train it to reconstruct the non-occluded face images. It's guided by the coefficient laws, the pixel-wise laws, the identity laws, and the landmark laws. Here are some results. As can be seen, the official model are not robust to the sunglasses, and the reconstructed faces are affected by the glasses to have dark circles. And the third row shows our results. It's obvious that our method is more robust to occlusions. And the last module is the face imprinting module. As I mentioned previously, for our method can train on the face images with initially occluded. So for the initially existing occlusions, we also apply the Poisson blending. We extract the face part and merge it to the 3D reconstructed model, and then we get the occlusion-free pseudo-ground truth. So we also apply the structural similarity rather than the pixel-wise loss to this part, because the Poisson blending will change the color. So our face imprinting module is composed of is supervised by the following laws: the background part, the identity laws, the total variation laws, and the adversarial laws. We compare our method with the face imprinting method. Other face imprinting method, the last column shows our results. The first column shows the input images. And our method generally outperforms others, especially on the face images with large yaw angles. For example, this row. We think that the image imprinting methods are purely based on statistical learning. That's highly dependent on the training data distribution. When the training data has less faces of large poses, they perform not very well on such images. But our method, our imprinting module is conditioned by the 3D reconstruction results, so our results are more visually present. And we quantitatively evaluate our method with current face imprinting methods, and our performance is outperforms others. Here are some more results. For face de-occlusion, we can find that our method is very robust to different kinds of occlusions. And I will show a video. Since the generation is guided by the 3D prior, so we can control the imprinting result by modifying the 3D morpho model coefficients. So we can see that the expression, the face shape can all adjusted. Okay. So let's move to the conclusion and the future work. So we tackled two factors that harm the face recognition accuracy, the pose and the occlusion. And we finally have three contributions. The first work is the pure 2D-based method, mainly focused on solving the style inconsistency problem during the face pose editing. And the second work proposes a two-stage framework to generate the global face texture without the supervision of the ground truth. And our last work focused on robust face image de-occlusion. We propose a method to automatically detect the occluded part and remove them. And for future works, we figure out that in our previous work, although we generate the high fidelity face textures, we still use the 3D shape of the 3D morphomo model. So one of the working direction is to generate a fine-grained 3D face shapes. But the problem is that we don't have a large 3D face data set. And however, we can use the synthesize. We can indirectly modify the shape by calculating the reconstruction error, and use gradient descent to slightly modify the shape. And another working direction is the combination with a transformer. So the vision transformer supplies the input image to 16 patches and use the transformer from NL neural language processing to train a classification model. And they find that when pre-trained with large data sets, the model outperforms the convolutional neural network. And the SIT implements an autoencoder based on the vision transformer. And recently, the work of a masked autoencoder paper performs very well and attracts the attention of the research community. Their method can recover a face image with 75% masked input and generate a meaningful imprinting result. So it's a very promising research area, and it's highly pursued recently in the top conference. So here are our publications. So thank you, and it's the question time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This presentation gave a global overview of your work, and I'm sure now that the member of the jury will have lots of questions and discussions with you. So we are going to start by giving the floor to the reviewer. And I suggest we start with Professor Benamor, which is the furthest, because if the document I have is right, Professor Benamor is at the time at Abu Dhabi. So please start the question sessions, Professor Benamor.
Thank you, Alice. And thanks to Liming and Dee for this kind invitation to be part of this wonderful jury. I'm really pleased to be with you today to evaluate the work of Mr. Yin. Actually, I'm still a professor in the Mind Telecom Institute, Nord-Europe in France, but I'm on sabbatical leave in Abu Dhabi. for a kind of adventure to develop the AI ecosystem. So the Inception Institute of Artificial Intelligence is a research institute. In only 4 years, we hired a lot of scientists, and we published very nice papers in top conferences and top journals. Just to give some elements of context. Coming back to the thesis of Mr. Yin, as I mentioned in my review, I really enjoyed reading the manuscript, the dissertation. It was really very well structured, very well written, easy to follow, and the ideas are very well structured. In terms of contributions, the contributions are here. So several novelties have been introduced to this field of face analysis, face reconstruction, and face recognition. Let me say the candidate tried to focus on the two major problems or challenges of face recognition, face analysis, which are the pose variation and the occlusion. And I found this novelties very useful for the community in this very hot topic and very growing with the new ideas topic, as mentioned in the conclusion. So people today are moving to using transformers. I don't know if tomorrow these kind of approaches, GAN-based, will be the state of the art, or we will be moving to transformers. Anyway, as I said, there are several novelties in this work, and of course, with the novelties comes questions, and the purpose of my questions is to try to better understand the approaches. I think one key idea that the candidate tried to defend in his thesis is the idea of introducing priors of different kinds, perception priors, geometric priors like the segmentation based or the 3D geometric data based, and so on. Of course, in this kind of PhD, I know there is a lot of pressure to get results, but I would like to ask the candidate, so which kind of prior that you have been used, like the perception one or the geometric one or the symmetry one, is the most important to handle the state-of-the-art problems?
Be careful. I think your microphone is mute and we can't hear you.
Sorry, I think the most useful one is the 3D reconstructed faces that just like in this image. And I find that the precisely reconstructing the faces is very important. If we can't reconstruct the face very well and use some just like imprecise 3D morphomodal regression methods, or use some mean average 3D faces, the results will degrade quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree that the 3D model is of a big importance, but also could you elaborate more on the use of the S-loss functions based on the segmentation, based also on the landmarks, based on the symmetry of the face? So what if we remove the S-loss functions from your optimization of the optimization in different tasks of your thesis.
Bill, your microphone off. I suggest you do not mute the microphone between questions.
So I think it's a little bit difficult to identify which part, if we remove the prior knowledges, will affect the result. Since I just followed some of the previous work that leverage the face, the symmetry nature of the face and the 3D facial landmarks, etc. And we combined it and find some new use cases, so that
yeah, for example, which weights would you advise to each of these loss functions in different tasks? For example, in the first chapter,
in different tasks, in fact, we didn't pay much attention to adjust the weights, and we just roughly set the weights so that different losses are in the same range, but not so that they can all be noticed during the optimization, so that they will not be ignored. We think that maybe fine-tuning the weights of different parts may get some better results, but with not much, it's not very much interesting, and we already get the result, enough satisfying results.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for example, in the first chapter, your problem was the pose editing, and you are using two priors. So the first one is the symmetry, the symmetry one, the symmetry of the face, and the second one is the similarity of the pixels between faces sharing the same pose, right? So my question, which is related to my previous discussion with you, what is the most important prior to include in here? Is it the symmetry of the face, or yeah, the second, the similarity of the pixels in faces sharing the same pose? So just intuitively, what is your opinion, or based on your experiments, what would be the most important part in here?
I think it's the similarity of the pixels. In fact, in this work, we didn't leverage very much the similarity of the how to say the symmetric faces, and we just train impending module to fill the missing parts. Maybe they can learn implicitly the symmetric nature of the faces, but that's implicit, and that's depend on the training data.
Yes, again, this dependence to the training data. So it was actually a constraint in your work, that you don't have that much data to train your networks. And at the end, that was another contribution of your work, is to propose to the community a new data set with a new labels, new informations, and so on. So let me say, how dependent are your models to the data sets, to the training data sets? So did you try, for example?
That depends on different modules. For example, for our face segmentation module in our last work, the deocclusion part, the deocclusion work, and we find that even though without the manually labeled occlusions, let me jump to the slide. Yeah, even without the augmented data, when we just use the original face labels of the C-Lab A mask HQ, and our method can also outperform some existing methods, but not in large extent. So with our labeled data, our method becomes more robust to different occlusions. And for the 3D reconstruction part, we also synthesize the face image, occluded face images, and then train the model to ignore the occlusion and recover the original occlusion-free images. And we find that the occlusion that affect the result most are the sunglasses around the eyes. That affects very much the result. But however, for some occlusions that like the hands with skins, or some small occlusions, or the microphones, or even the masks, that affect not very much to the 3D reconstruction result. So our training focus most on the occlusions like eyeglasses to train a robust 3D reconstruction module.
Okay, and regarding the data set you proposed, maybe in slide 39, I can see some textures that you introduced to the occlusion for data augmentation, right?
Yeah.
But this texture seems to be not realistic. So is that necessary to include them in the data?
Yeah. In fact, that's very necessary, and we tested that. We did ablation study, and with the texture or without the texture, and that will, without the texture augmentation, the performance will degrade about 2%.
Oh, so do you mean that maybe that the data augmentation with the texture is also playing an important role besides the
yeah, we use the texture to replace the texture of the occlusion, and we collect a different kind of textures, some like tissues, furs, or some other kind of strange textures, and we randomly replace the texture of the occlusion to those textures, and we find that really helps to augment the robustness of our segmentation module.
Okay, and yeah, you have mentioned it actually that in maybe in the last contribution of your thesis, that you are avoiding that maybe you avoid that your models to be dependent to the training data, that the introduction of the geometry or the 3D shape of the face is an important knowledge. So this maybe fill the gap between the distributions of training data, right? Between the training and the testing data. Is that true?
I think that's very important, because for some extreme conditioned, for some faces of extreme poses, there are not much training data of larger face poses. But with our reconstructed 3D prior, we can recover those kind of faces and perform better than the pure data-driven methods. For example, this slide, this row. Most of the existing method for the edge part of the face, and they are blurry, the result, the de-occlusion result. And our method, we have a clear borderline, the face. And this also have the problem.
So you think that by introducing a more accurate or more accurate 3D model than the 3D MM, you can get better results than the results you showed us today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I have a question on slide 29.
29.
Yeah, on using the L1 norm in one of your loss functions. Not that one, maybe the previous one. Yeah.
This one?
No, I think where you present your loss functions, this one, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
No, the next one, sorry. Yeah, that one. Yeah, in the reconstruction loss, so you have the structure similarity and you have another term, which is based on, could you elaborate more on that?
In fact, this term is the face reconstruction, calculates the face reconstruction error of this part, of this image.
Yeah, but
the
why?
Image,
but why an L1? But why an L1 norm? Why not an L2 norm?
Because the face image has some occlusions, so we just filter out the occlusion and just calculate the overlapped part of the reconstructed face and the original face part.
Great. Okay, then regarding the perspectives of your work, you discussed at the end, some transformers, architectures. So what do you think tomorrow, if you have a new PhD student and you are asked to supervise him or her on the same topic, in which direction you will go?
I think right now, in fact, it seems many researchers apply the vision transformer to the existing tasks, and they just like filling the form, and for all the tasks, they will try the transformer, and they get some better results, and they will be accepted by the top conference. So I think it's maybe for a new PhD student, it will help him to build the confidence and just apply the transformer, just like in the early days of the convolutional neural networks. And I think maybe he can focus less on the traditional method and just jump into the vision transformer.
Yeah, but one needs to understand what is behind. So why? So once GANs were proposed at the beginning, it was like a revolution in the AI picture because of the interesting results, because of that the architecture of the generator and different discriminators and so on, and the results generated by the GANs. So today we have the same problem with the transformers, but we need to understand why transformers work.
I think they work as the original VIT, the vision transformer. When they train their model on small data set, and they have the similar, a little worse performance than the convolutional neural networks. But when they are trained on large data set and they get a better performance. So I think the transformer works because their model will use the data more efficiently, and they are more capable of handling large data sets. And for CNN-based method, maybe when the data augments to some extent, just augmenting the data volume will have little benefits to augment the performance. But for transformer, when we augment the data set and the higher bar is higher, I mean.
Yeah, maybe there is also some thing to understand on that encoding schema where the data is embedded. So once the data is transformed, we need to understand better that space of transformed data. So trying to do some interpolations, maybe transformers are doing a better job than autoencoders or GANs. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you very much, Bob Alba, for all these questions. And then I will give the floor to Sébastien Marcel, the second reviewer, which is Sébastien is a senior researcher at IDIAP Research Institute in Switzerland. So it's your turn, Sébastien.
Thank you, Alice. So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for the presentation. I won't have many questions, or they might be actually almost the same, mostly touching at the experimental part. So overall, I liked very much the topic of the thesis. There was clearly a lot of work, experiments, and there is. I think this is a topic which is going to grow in the next couple of years. Synthesizing data to improve face recognition. So although the thesis has had a specific spin on basically correcting the images before doing face recognition rather than synthesizing completely data sets, which is a different research direction, but this is fine. So I will have a couple of questions and mostly a set of questions on slide 17. If you want to go back to the experimental part of your first proposed method here. Right, so a couple of questions there and clarifications. So first, about table 1. So here, when you can compare your method to other methods using the FID score. So here I have two questions. The FID score is a metric that you had to implement yourself, right? So you implemented it yourself, or you use an implementation which exists already? You are muted. Can you unmute?
Well, no, I didn't catch what's your question.
What is the FID score?
The FID score is the, in fact, for example, it calculates the distance of the real images and the synthesized image in the feature space, in the latent feature space. The features are extracted by a pre-trained ImageNet, and then for example, we synthesize 1,000 or 2,000 face images, and then calculate their mean, their covariance, and then we calculate the real images, such quantities, and we compare their difference.
So this is what I said. This is a metrics that relies on a specific implementation, right? This is a software that computes that number. So the question is, have you implemented it yourself, or have you took the implementation from someone else to compute that, that number?
I calculated from open source code.
Okay, so you perfect. So you're reusing an implementation. That's perfect. So now, with respect to the 3 other methods here, you're mentioning. So what was not clear is that those numbers that you're citing for CRGAN, DRGAN, FNM are also numbers that come from the literature that you reported, or these are numbers that you computed yourself?
I computed them
with the same tool. Okay, so they are all comparable on the same data set.
Yeah.
And also remind me the data set here that you use for the experiments. I don't remember. The name of the data set.
Multiply.
It was multiply. Okay, all right. Okay, good. Then about table 2, so I guess that table 2 you also use multiply by looking at the different degrees, the different angles, right?
Yeah,
it's also multiply. Okay. So now I have a couple of questions there. Here you have two parts in your table. You have 2 last rows and 2 rows on the top, different number of algorithms, and then you have light CNN and yours. Ours. What is the difference between the last 2 and the one at the top? Does it mean that you are reporting numbers from the literature on the top, from HPN, from FN to FNM? These are numbers from literature, so these are actually error rates that you determine yourself by running each of those methods on the multiply dataset.
In fact, those numbers are all I didn't calculate them myself, but these are from the released papers, and they are all trained on the multiply and following the same setting.
Okay. So okay, good, clear. And then light CNN, this is you executed the light CNN.
No, we use the pre-trained model, the officially released model.
Yes, but you executed it. You run the test with that architecture.
Yeah, I run the test.
Okay, so this is the difference between the 2 sections. The first section, you're reporting numbers from the literature, from another paper, and then below, these are things that you actually executed, performed yourself. Okay, good. So here I have a couple of questions. The first question is that how are you sure that you are using exactly the same protocol, so that you are using exactly the same files for the experiments? How do you make sure when you run the light CNN that you...
The multiply has a setting that we are all follow the same setting. The data set. The data set itself is released with the test setting.
Are you sure of that? I'm not quite sure of this, but because it's not also because there is a protocol you can find a data set that necessarily all the numbers have been produced in the same data set. So I was just wondering how much trust we can put in this, we can have in this comparison. So to which extent you made sure that those numbers are actually reproducible, comparable. And my reason is the following. If we look actually at the numbers you are presenting, if you're looking at 45 degree, 30 degree, and 15 degree, you are reporting for your method 99.6, 99.9, and 100%. Okay, this is rank 1 recognition rate. But actually, if we look at another method, let's say at 30 degree, you also get a 99%, right? 99.9% for TP-GAN. And also for 15 degree, you get several times 99.9% instead of your 100. So what is the significance of 0.1% accuracy here? So how significant is it to improve by 0.1% on multiply? Is it sufficient, do you think, to just claim my method is best?
I think that's maybe caused by some random parts. I think the result, actually the 99 or the 100, they can just say that our methods are comparable, have a similar performance to the others, but actually, in fact, we can see that our method has some better identity preserving results than others.
I mean, you're improving the accuracy so that that can validate, confirm the hypothesis that you are doing identity preservation, right? But still, you can show also that you're improving over the light CNN that you run yourself and that you can actually directly compare to your method, because the other methods, unless you actually manage to rerun and you have all the scores to actually verify the rank 1 recognition rates, you cannot directly compare. But nevertheless, I must say, and I'm a bit surprised with the numbers, because if you look already, if you look at 15 degree, you can see that the light CNN is already quite good. But I could say that there are very recent architectures, CNN architectures. You have inside phase, arc phase, which natively, without any pre-processing, already perform very, very well up to 60 degree angle on multiply. So and therefore I could ask the question, what is the benefit of your method to basically to do the post editing if already a pre-trained architecture can achieve already that job? So basically the underlying question would be, why the light CNN? Why I've used the light CNN as a comparison?
Yeah, we use light CNN because all of our comparators use the light CNN. So for fair comparison, we just use the same method as theirs. And in fact, what we have done is that for profile face images, we will first convert it to the frontal view, and then use a pre-trained light CNN to calculate the cosine similarity, and then to decide whether the reconstructed, the edited face and the original face images are the same people or not. So all the methods we compared with use the light CNN, so we just use them.
Okay, thank you. I would have probably the same question to the protocols and the comparison on the slide 31, but I'm not going to ask the question. I have another small question on slide 39, either a remark or a question, or maybe also an acknowledgement for the work, because here you spent quite a lot of time on doing manual labeling of images.
Yeah.
If I understood, you did that yourself, which is quite impressive. So congratulations for that. But I guess this is also something very useful that the lab will benefit, right? Lim-Sing, you can probably confirm that it's going to be useful for Liming for many of your students. So do you have enough plans, or is it done already that you are planning to share these annotations with the community?
Yeah, we have already open sourced the dataset, and the people can download the dataset from our GitHub page.
Okay, very good. So, okay, Alice, this is fine with me. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Sebastian. So now we are going to give the floor to the other member of the jury, and I suggest we start with Mrs. Dancheva, which is a permanent researcher in IRIA in Sofia Antipolis. Please, Antizza.
Thank you, Alice. So thank you very much for the very clear presentation. I think it was very interesting work and nice work. So we had already many questions. I was wondering, because I missed also this part, the discussion a little bit about the data. But I think you said to Sebastian that you used the multiply. But I want to understand, what's the resolution of the data? How many images did you use?
The resolution is 128, and since it's a paper of 2 years ago, I forgot the exact data volume, and
approximately, it doesn't need to be to the image.
It's about 10
10,000 you mentioned,
10,000 level. And in fact, there are not much identities in this data set, but they have different view angles and lighting conditions, making this data set relatively large data set.
And like, what's your idea of how many images are enough to train again? Or to train your specific
I think to
architecture?
train again, typically, current methods, some of them are trained on Celeb AHQ, which has 30,000 data, and with 30,000 face image data, and they can train a high resolution face generation method. So I think maybe 10,000 could get some meaningful result in the 10,000 level, or 100,000 level. I'm not sure, but, but about 10,000 to 100,000. Yeah.
So then regarding the prior or the priors, because you used multiple, so you impose this constraint, but can you imagine ways, because the prior, it can also contribute to the error, right? If somehow it's not correct, can you imagine ways to get rid of this prior? Because you said that if you don't have it for now, so the results are substantially worse. Or no, I don't know. The answer can be no as well. You feel like the prior is very important and it needs to be.
We use the prior because it's useful. If it harms the generation, we may not use them.
And there's no way to implicitly integrate the prior into the framework?
Usually the prior task is a little bit easier to the main task. So normally we can get a prior that precise enough and provide some enough useful information. And for example, for this this video, and we can see that if we change the 3D the texture of the 3D morphable model, and the model doesn't very comply with the input face image, even the unoccluded part. But however, the finally generated image will discard the part that already existing, and only fill in the missing part, the occluded part, by the masks. So I think in this case, it's not very such important to get an imprecise 3D shape. But of course, the 3D shape couldn't be too much different from the existing part.
Okay. So you had these three contributions on post-editing, texture generation, and facial image deocclusion. Did you think about combining them, like somehow to?
Yeah, in fact, I recently received some from the community and found some work that combines the face image deocclusion and the 3D texture and the face pose editing, and they combine them. And in fact, in our texture generation for 3D face reconstruction, our method is already somehow robust to the occlusions. And since we have a segmentation branch to together with the sampling map, and so that it can discard the occlusions like eyeglasses and hairs.
Interesting. Okay, I think some other questions like FID score were already kind of handled. So training of GANs is challenging. Did you have any trouble? Did you experience any difficulties?
Yeah, if you implement all the things from scratch, that is really challenging. But thanks to the community and many people have released their code, and we can learn much details from their code and find some practical way and some practical framework just implement your self-defined part together with their structures, and the results won't be too much worse.
Okay, and the very last question is, I would have expected that maybe an architecture based on StyleGAN can also, and now there is even StyleGAN 3, that it has promise also in these directions, in the 3 contribution directions of yours. What do you think about it?
So so the StyleGAN, I think they just generate images from noises. That's a little different from our working targets, because we need an encoder to select some meaningful information from the input, and the StyleGAN just synthesize images from noises, and that's also useful because that can be used for optimization-based method. For example, they can use gradient descent to search some meaningful latent space codes and use such codes for some other useful things, just like the GAN fit we present in our slide to get the UV map of a face image.
Yes, but nevertheless, of course, it's noise to image. Nevertheless, I think there are now some architectures that build on StyleGAN, but are able, for example, to edit styles or to do other things. Okay, so thank you very much. I think this concludes my questions. Thanks.
Now I will give the floor to the other examinator of this jury, which is Stéphane Gentric. Stéphane is an associate professor at Telecom Paris-Tech. So Stéphane, it's your turn with your question.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Liming, for inviting me. Thank you for the presentation of the manuscript. So very, very interesting, very nice work. State of the art is very well structured also on a quite complex topic. My first question is also regarding L1 norm on slide 26. Maybe you can go there. So you have an identity loss. So my question is here on the identity loss. I think you use FaceNet as a function for this identity loss. And when they build FaceNet and when they learn or use FaceNet, they use the L2 norm, so the distance between the two feature vector. And here, why did you use the L1 norm again? And so is there any particular reason for that?
I didn't catch your question. Could you?
So the ID loss For the ideas you use, can you elaborate on the ID loss, on the fact that you have a L1 norm here?
Yeah, the L1 norm. In fact, it's not very important whether we use the L1 norm or the cosine similarity, or we just need to compare the difference, a metric that can be used to measure the difference of the identity. In fact, I experiment with also with the cosine similarity loss, and we find the minor difference between them, whether use the L1 loss or the other metrics.
Okay, so see, okay, perfect. Another point I'm not sure to fully understand. When you build your UV sampler, you need a pseudo ground truth. In the pseudo ground truth, you need also to build an occlusion map. So I think I read you use a state-of-the-art occlusion detector to detect the occlusion. Is it right?
No, the occlusion. We didn't detect the occlusion, but we detect the face mask, and the face, and this is a branch of the UV sampler. The UV sampler predicts both the sampling map and the face segmentation mask.
Yes, in fact, this is my question. You build an occlusion map, so you build this UV map, but as learning data for this, I think you need also to use a state-of-the-art algorithm that build an occlusion map. So I think you have two in the process: one to build the pseudo label, and then you create.
When I build the pseudo ground truth, I also use the state-of-the-art 3D reconstruction model. That's in fact, I think, yeah, this model we use.
Yes.
After 3D reconstruction with
and you do some erosion on the occluded part and stuff like so. You have to you use one detector coming from the state of the art, and you build one as an output of your UV sampler. So can you compare the two, or do you think about updating? So are they really different, or can you elaborate on this? Or
you mean the difference between the officially released or the one I train myself?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, in fact, when we do this work, we just use since we concentrate only on the texture, so we didn't train a 3D reconstruction model. But when we move to our next task, and when we want to use such the official released model to serve as a prior to guide the occlusion removal, we find the problem of their officially released model. That is that their model is not robust to the sunglasses kind of occlusions. So that's why we decide to retrain the model. And in this part, we didn't notice the problem, in fact, so we just concentrate on the texture building. Okay. So we use their official model.
So you think your occlusion detector is better than the one that is used here for building the ground truth?
My occlusion detector is better than what?
Than this one.
Then
or the
which one?
So in fact, this is the same question. Here you have the UV ground truth that is built for a state-of-the-art algorithm. and then you have a lot of criticism on this, and you need to erode all the part because it's not precise enough. And later in your work, you build an occlusion detector that seems to be far better. So my natural question: why is it really better? And can you use the one you have built to update this one if you need to rework on this or?
Yeah, in fact, when we did this work, we just want to train some unified model. So the UV sampler has two tasks: one for predicting the attention model, attention sampling map, and the other to predict the segmentation mask. And when we move to occlusion removal, we find that obtaining a precise face mask is very important. So that we trained a more precise face segmentation model, and if we apply that model to this, and that will definitely outperform this implementation, because that face segmentation model is an individual model and is trained for only one task, that is for face segmentation, and it doesn't have other tasks like to predict some sampling module. And but in that case, the whole model structure will be be too heavy, I think.
Okay, clear. Another question is one of my last question is regarding the spatial transform you are using, maybe slide 12. The spatial transform, so when slide 12, I think, at the beginning. Yes, yeah. Yeah, a few years ago, I play a lot also with spatial transform. And spatial transform, most of the time, there is only 6 parameters: the scale, the rotation, and it's already very hard to use the local error that you have on the pixel, and all those errors on the pixel, all the gradient accumulated on those only 6 values to make them converge, and the process is really complicated. We have to take a lot of attention on the initialization. So here you try to predict far more values. So is it complicated? Do you need to do special care about the initialization? So how does it converge? Can you elaborate a little bit?
I think in fact, in the beginning, we faced a problem that the generated segmentation map is not very meaningful, and then we tried to add a segmentation model, a segmentation map, and use this sampling map to sample the segmentation map, and use this to jointly guide the prediction of the sampling map. And we find that this loss is very useful. And with the help of the sampling of segmentation map, the model can be well trained. Without this path, the model will not easily to get some meaningful results.
Okay, and there is no regularization on the coordinates map.
I think the segmentation loss just serves as some kind of regularization.
Okay.
Because the segmentation map is very simple, and it only has several colors, and so that.
Yeah, but when you take one pixel and you want to predict where to pick that value, if you have a uniform part on the faces, all the values are the same, so you have no gradient, so no direction to move. And if you, I don't know how you initialize your network, but if the sampler is initialized
Yeah,
with random value.
when I initialize the network, I just initialize the weight to be 0 and the bias to be identity, so that it will sample directly the image, and then it will somehow adjust the result.
Okay. No, so really, this is really one of the nice part of your work, trying to predict directly how to pick the pixel in the original image. It's really forward and very nice. One last question, one more general question. So when we try to reconstruct faces at different poses, now your results are quite great, but when you move from profile view to frontal view, for example, you handle only the inner part of the face. What do you think we can do to do something for the hair and for all the other part of the image? Okay, if you have a profile image with a lot of hair, and you want to build a frontal view with hair, what kind of idea can we have to handle this? No, I don't know if my question is clear or. It's more for the future, because all the images you show you reconstruct mainly only the inner part of the face. But now for face recognition, and if we want to show images to people for some other application, we need to do something with the hair, and we need to rotate somehow the other part of the head. Or so.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question. So what do you mean with the profile image, face image with arrow?
No, the hair,
the hair.
Yeah, it's the hair.
The hair.
Sorry for my English.
So when we have profile images occluded by hairs.
Yes, occluded by hair, or just if I want to render the hair in the frontal view, what can I do?
I think the first part is to segment extract only the face part, the non-occluded part, and the hair will be discarded.
Yes,
and only keep
and you do that very well.
Texture.
Yes. But now, if I don't want to discard them and I want to rotate them, I don't know if there is some state of the art on this or any work on this topic, which is for me quite difficult. But maybe there is nothing.
I think the hair part is really it's not very easy to deal with, even for the state-of-the-art method. When, for example, we can find that their their hair style is not easy to be kept, and some for example the style gun or some other very fancy pre-trained models, their result when they change the face pose or when they change some facial attributes, the hair always changes.
Yes,
and
exactly.
I think this really difficult to keep the hairstyle unchanged.
Okay, thank you. This was my last general question.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So before giving the floor to your supervisor, I would like to say a word and ask some small questions. So first, I would like to congratulate you for your work, because it seems to me that you have done a very huge experimental work it seems to be that you spent a lot of hours in developing your algorithm in order to demonstrate their efficiency. And we all know that this is very time consuming, but necessary. So I suppose that now you are a world champion in designing right protocol and for network deep network training and testing, and congratulations for that.
Okay, thank you.
Then two or three small questions. First, I would like to come back to one answer you did to Professor Benamor. When you explained that some occlusion, and especially occlusion with glasses, affect more the results than other kind of occlusion, for example, hands occlusions or hair occlusions. And this was not so easy for me to understand what you mean with that, and what is the reason of that, you know? Because to me, I don't think where in your model you have some constraint regarding the kind of occlusions you are dealing with.
Yeah, I think the sunglasses affect the reconstruction result, because sometimes maybe it's difficult for the model to learn whether the black area are some big eyes or the sunglasses, and they may not treat it as the occlusion, but think that's the eye.
Okay, I get it. Okay, because sometimes you have some confusion between glasses and eyes themselves. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Then I've got another question, a general question, for example, I think about the first part about style preserving. And I was wondering, since your application, your main application is face recognition, okay? I was wondering why is it so important to preserve the style? Because it's better to preserve the identity than the style.
Yeah.
So you, according to your,
yeah. In fact, because for sometimes a face image that easily could be recognized by the deep neural network may be not very easy to be recognized by the human beings. For example, the result of the DR GAN. I don't think their result just keeps some. In fact, it's very easily to be, how to say, yeah, their result. We can see that when they turn the face images to the front, the results are a little bit weird. And for human beings, maybe we don't think that those are the same people. But actually, when we extract the identity feature by some pre-trained face recognition model, and those models think that they share the same identity. But for us, if we keep the style of the input image during face pose editing, maybe it's easier for human to think that's nature, that those two images, two identities are the same. So that may be used in the media part or animation, entertainment industry, etc.
Yeah. And maybe a last question. I think it's about slide 46. And yes, and yeah, and maybe it's a general questions, but I was wondering, in your work, how did you estimate the photorealistic aspect of all your results? Because you presented, and this was very good, very great, you presented different images, but when we want to estimate quantitatively the naturalness or the photorealistic aspect of the image, I think that here you have used PSNR and SSIM, but maybe these are not the best criteria in order to estimate this visual quality. So can you elaborate about that? I'm completely aware of the fact that you cannot explore all the possibilities here, of course, but did you have you think during your PhD about some other, during your work about other criteria in order to estimate the visual quality of the image you generate?
Yeah, some researchers use the FID score to measure the photorealistic of the generated images, but that's more likely to be used to evaluate the pure adversarial neural network. That means they don't have an encoder; they just generate images from the noise, and they measure the FID score of the generated images and the real images. And for our part, since we already have an encoder and we have the ground truth, so maybe it's more convenient to just compare the generated image and the ground truth, and rather than calculating a statistical metric of some large data set. And some others may do some research and invite some people around let them to give a score of the photorealisticity, etc.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is the best way to estimate the quality, the visual quality of. But yeah. This is this is a very complex protocol in order to estimate the results. Okay, thank you. So now we will give the floor to your supervisor, and I suggest we start with Professor Huang from Beihang University in China. And if you have some comments or even some questions, please be my guest, Professor Huang. I think we do not hear. I don't know if Professor Wang is speaking, but I can't hear you, Professor. Don't know what the problem is, because it seems that your microphone is unmuted, so it should work. Okay, so I don't know what is happening. Liming, maybe if you want to some comments.
I'm talking here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Liming, I think your colleague, we can't hear your colleague. I don't know why.
I don't see him yet. I'm closing my phone on the other side. Okay.
But I see that he's still online.
Yeah. So a few minutes. He's checking whether Professor Wang is online, right? So maybe I can start some trouble. with Zoom.
Yeah, I think he's right.
I can start maybe first.
Yeah, maybe if you can start, because I think your colleagues tried to speak, but we can't hear him.
Yeah, so let's say that I would like first thank all the jury members to take part to this PhD defense. It was not easy thesis because Xiaonang, as many other PhD students, faced the COVID situation, and basically he had never the occasion to go to conferences and spent much of his time during the hard year of confinement.
Yeah.
And as for his work, I would highlight or underline that he has the quality of independent researcher. Basically, when we start to study these two problems in face recognition, I mean pose occlusions and face occlusions by other items. He was able to find out to study the state of the art and have critics of all this state of the art research work, and formulates his own innovations. For instance, this was the case when we looked at the phase frontalization or phase pose generation editing. We would like to preserve the style. This is a kind of conditions that we imposed in our work. The same for on phase occlusion, because we couldn't assume. All right, okay. Yeah, please. Hi, Professor Huang.
Professor Wang.
Yeah, would you, yeah, please.
Okay. Very glad to attend Xiaonang's defense, and thanks to all the committee members first. In particular, I would like to thank Professor Chen for giving me such a chance to cooperate with Xiaonang. I'm really sorry, due to the restriction of Zoom, I had trouble to use the microphone and the camera. During the past several years, I have seen the progress made by Xiaonang, and I want to congratulate him. And I also have a question, and I want to discuss with him. And how do you comment on the future development of GAN-based phase synthesis and 3D phase reconstruction, with the trend of some new theories and techniques, such as NERV and implicit neural representations? Yeah, I want to discuss this question. Yeah.
The future of GANs and for you mean how do I think the future of GANs for image synthesis? In fact, I think they may have some applications in the industry, and especially in computer graphic domain. But for writing some papers to submit to the top conferences, that's become more and more difficult, I think. Maybe they may be applied to some real world applications.
Okay, so actually I saw such a CRISPR maybe it's really can to synthesize the base images and even geographies. So we can after the presentation, maybe we can still cooperate with each other, working on this topic.
Okay, I didn't heard about using GAN to synthesize 3D shapes. Maybe that's an interesting domain.
Okay, thanks. So I give time to Professor Chen.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Wang. So I said that I would like highlight the quality of Shannon as independent researchers, and that's yes, please. This one, I think. Yeah, and it was not easy in these last years. That's it. I'm quite happy with all these results. Quite impressive. When I started working on face analysis and recognition, I wouldn't expect that we could do all these things today in his PhD thesis. Okay, that's it. Please take the floor, Anis.
Thank you, Liming. So now, Liming, I don't know how are we going to do for the deliberation. Do you have another link we have to connect, or?
I can send a link, just a few seconds, okay?
Yes, maybe it's better to send a new link to the jury members only.
Not possible to make a breakout room in this chat?
Yes, or maybe. Or maybe Liming, if you can put all the audience in the waiting room. This can be possible, I think.
I think we are live on YouTube also, so maybe we have to find another room.
What? We are live on YouTube? Is what you say?
This is what I read on my Zoom screen.
Yeah, we're live YouTube.
Oh yeah, indeed. I was not aware of that.
Voilà, Liming nous invite à rejoindre la salle 2. Donc on va rejoindre.